And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the annual Late Night Thursday stream. And you could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, coming to you from Spaceship Studios in a galaxy far, far away. You could be even watching anywhere in the galaxy as well. So, hello, everybody. Welcome. And you could be watching this as a rerun or watching it live, and I appreciate that. And I'm about to make it so everybody could see me in a moment. Alright, and we'll be switching over now to the other screen. Alright, hello everybody. It's Alien Spaceship. And also, I hope everybody has had a good day today, a great day, and everything's going well with whatever y'all been doing. And alright, so I'm about to start the game as we usually do and talk about different things that have been going on with me and in the news and stuff in general and trials and all kinds of things and go from there and have a fantastic time. Also, we'll be going live around 7 p.m. Central Friday evening. Now, I do wonder about if there's going to be a verdict watch for the Sementelli, the Monica trial, Semen trial, as we call it. I don't know how. I think she's going to still be cooking the entire time, like the prosecution. It's going to probably last for a couple of days. I'm not quite sure exactly what's going to happen with that, but yes, tomorrow it should be still Friday 7 p.m. Central, but it may not. When I say around 7 p.m. Central, it doesn't mean it's going to be exactly at 7 p.m. Central. It could be a little bit after 7 p.m. Central on the dot, but it'll be within that hour, or it should be at least. All right. So basically, we are going to now be launching the game part of it. All right. So here we go. Okay. All right. So the game is loading. And we've been making some cool headway with it. It's been very fun. Enjoying my time with everybody there. And the weather, I have to say, is very warm. It's getting much hotter. I know I'm wearing a hoodie, but it's hoodie's nice to wear. I don't always wear it, but it's nice to wear. Well, that technically should be X'd out. Well, what's this doing here? Oh, that was from early this morning. Okay. All right. So the other window, this window, these two windows need to be closed. All right. Save this and get that out the way. And get this out the way. Okay. Now we're going to be moving over here. All right. Well, we're going to make sure people can see the game. All right. All right, here we go. All right. All right, the game has begun. Here we go. All right, so we have the pirate, and he is in his. We're in the game now, and there's this quest. Let's see, it's interesting to see. Let's see what it says. It says, "What's that on your face? You don't look so good, mate. Want to fix it? Visit the Oliver on the dock of the volcano island for a quest. Be warned, it's quite long and very difficult." All right, an April Fool's joke. April Fool's thing. Okay. All right. So, all right, basically, we have this right here. Gonna be launching it. Scared. All right. Are going to go and plunder ships as we usually do here. Okay. All right. So basically, I'll be talking about the different trials and things as time goes on, and in a little bit, and we'll begin by saying that. So basically, we have, oh, hello, Five Cats. It's great to see you. And that. So basically, today we have this, you know, ship randomly just going to be sinking some different ships around the Caribbean. And regarding the trials, so the situation is that Monica Cementelli is that trial. They finished it, but they're going. Well, that doesn't really mean what I literally meant. So like to don't take that literally. A better way to word it is that they have finished presenting their case on both sides. The defense and the state have both finished doing their defense, and the state has done their side as well. And basically, what happened was they there's closing arguments now from the state, and went all day long, starting at my time around 11 p.m., something around that time, and it went on the whole day with a couple of breaks. And she is still cooking, and she'll still be cooking the rest of, I remember earlier, Five Cats, you're telling me, probably for about 5 days or so, she'll be doing it. And I agree with that. So basically, so tomorrow they're still doing the closing arguments, and we will just so far it's just from the state. It's not from anybody. It's not from the defense yet. So there's no jury watch, verdict watch, or anything like that at this moment. And Five Cats, you had a very nice stream earlier. I enjoyed it. And as I said, I love the Odyssey, and I like the cat, the new cat toy that your kittens have, and the mother was playing with it. Yeah, and I would love the names that your cats have, because Greece is very fascinating. My school was based off of Greek, a group of Greek warriors. That's what the theme of the school is based off of that I went to. So another. Oh, there's going to be a verdict watch, Five Cats, but but they haven't started yet. So they have not started the verdict watch yet. So, yeah, exactly. So no, the verdict watch. No, actually, speaking of the verdict, it's going to be the verdict watch is going to be in real time. It's going to be in real time. It's going to be in complete. It's not because usually with this trial there's a delay that happens. It's a slightly delayed, but the because of the judge requested that it wouldn't be in real time, but the verdict will actually be in real time. So we're not going to only have a verdict watch; it's going to be in real time. It has not started yet, and I do not think we're getting close to it, in my opinion. But we could be wrong. But yes, the verdict watch is going to happen. And oh no, Five Cats, it's all good. Uh, I may have not. I thought maybe I was not being clear myself. Maybe I worded something a certain way and it didn't come out the right way I wanted to. It's all good. And basically, she has been making some very great points and just basically talking about everything. And he, Baker is just he used to be in shape and all, and he used to be doing, but now a chat was saying he's all saggy now. and he brought that upon himself, in my opinion. And he was his height. I didn't know his height. It's they're saying it's 5'7". Some are saying 5'8". I didn't really know what his height was, and we were, watching a prosecutor the whole day. She was grilling the entire day. She was talking about like the insurance stuff and Monica's like things with the shady business things she was trying to do. Like for instance, trying to take the insurance. Like we're talking about yesterday in the surprise live, we're talking about how there was this time where people would go and oh, I got a little bit carried away for a second with the thoughts about the stream. So there's this time like in the stream where people would go and watch the verdict, and usually there's a lot of dispute and debates in the chat. The chat was going very wild today. It was going very fast, and I liked it. It was going so fast I couldn't really keep up with everybody, but I was doing things with that trial and also with the rapper Tay. So there's a rapper Tay trial, and his trial, this person probably murdered somebody. I think he did, but if he was framed, they should find who really did it. And the other channel called Baze or Bake or something, and I have to look up the name of it. It has the full, has like, you could see the explicit content of showing the body and things like that. It was pretty gruesome today. It's very sad at the same time. And this rapper's accused of murdering this other guy, like robbing this dude and trying to take his camera, and the guy fought back. And it was just very sad. It's just these people are so stupid. Some of these, people, and just it was extremely like there's good rap out there. Oh, okay. But there's so I heard a noise. I didn't even say anything over there, but I see there's a person there. Okay. I didn't. I thought the cat made a noise or something.
I didn't say anything.
I heard something. All right. And yeah, that and not many of our regulars are there to at the other one. Now I was focused mainly on Monica Cementelli trial today the most, but yeah, I was watching the other one, the other one too with the burned and beat house trial, but I was mostly kind of like more in that chat more than I was like watching the trial itself. Yeah, meow. Yeah, shout out to the kitty Keelits. Scared. And we were having, with the trial, a good time with the. Well, okay, so I want to tell you a cat story, 5 cats, and I'll kind of like bounce around different topics. But so basically, what I was with Shaylee today. I was with her today, and we were at the other channel and the Law and Crime channel. We're watching both channels because both channels have good different points of view that the other one doesn't have. And we were watching it, and she was telling me that, about to go watch it there, and we're talking in the chat, and we met some cool people there. And one person that seemed all right, but he was kind of a troll a little bit. And so this dude, I don't even really know. He's a cool dude. Shout out to him. And he's a new spaceship member, a crew member of the spaceship, and he is, we'll call him you, because he has a cool long name. I just don't quite remember how he would say it, but so you was pretty cool in the chat today, and I told him, he was spitting facts, about how the people these days are acting, have bad influences, and they need to not act like that, and we were like conversing about it. He's making some very good points, about people acting on their emotions. They're not like being logical about it. And I was also saying poor parenting could have been a factor as well. And I also said the same thing, and that the YSL trial, he supported Jeffrey Williams like I did because the trial was ridiculous. But he was saying that this trial, he does not. The guy's probably guilty, but he's not entirely certain. We have to wait and see. And yeah, he was saying like, you know, I told him, very, good points. And I, Che and I were telling him that, and he said his self esteem felt boosted, and I said he's awesome. And he told me he sees me everywhere. I said, I don't even completely, I may have seen him once or twice in the past, but he was like, kind of like, I didn't really know him, but it was nice meeting him today. And, if he is at the YSL trial, of course he knows who I am, because I was notorious in that chat. And so we had a good time in the chat, and he subscribed to me. And another guy in another chat, in the Law and Crime chat, William, he subscribed to me too. So I got 2 new subs today. It was nice to see that. It was very cool. All right. And yeah, very active day. And as I said, she just went through everything. So she went through the prosecutor. She went through how she was behind the murder, how her and Baker were in cahoots with each other, doing the activities, showing all the documents you could possibly show, with stocks, with the legal things about the different testimonies from Austin and from the sister, and about where she was, where Monica was, and what she was doing, and things with Fabio. The entire story was, put in motion like that. Oh, you just plugged your soundbar in. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Also, yeah, and she was showing on the screen basically records. They were showing a diagram of, say, some security footage. They were showing the mugshots of Baker and Monica. And she was, talking about, how she had Robert Baker, do that action so she could collect the insurance money, and that she was not really into Fabio, and she was just in for it for the money, and she was not holding back. And a couple of times the defense was saying they were not interested in, they thought that she was being argumentative and that the stuff she was saying was wrong, and he said overruled, and he said that there's nothing, wrong that she's doing. And the dude, when he finished the trial and they were done, the state and the defense were done bickering back and forth, he was like, we're done. The dude's awesome. I love that judge. I remember, that guy's funny. He doesn't take nonsense. He's just like, he's not taking anything from anybody. I remember, like, the witnesses, he was telling the marriage attorney, he was just like, about that does divorce stuff. He was like, look, this is not a divorce case. It's a murder case. It's a murder trial. So let's stick on that. And then with the lady with the sneakers. So I was giving the cat some flea medicine. He's an older, sickly cat who was born around 2008 or 9. And they're keeping him alive. And also, 5 cats. I see what you're saying. I'm about to get to you in a moment. So I'm letting you know I'm not ignoring you. Scared. So we're going to say shout out to the Hood about what we just heard. That is one of the Hood ogres that scared. And I don't really know exactly what that was, but I think I know what that was. Scared. Alright. So basically not ignoring you, but I'll get to you in a moment. And yeah, he was the lady with the sneakers. I was giving the cat some medicine, but I was still kind of keeping in touch with the trial. And I was watching the case, and Stephanie in France, she was telling me about what, like, she has cats, and she has a dog, and the cat has an Instagram, and Misha is the cat's name. And she was telling me everything that I needed to know about that. And the chat, like, was talking to me while I was trying to, like, do something. Also, she was very good with the, so I was giving the cat medicine, and I was still, and they're talking about Monica's sneakers, and basically Monica's sneakers, they, were talking about that in the evidence, and then bro was like, the judge was like, kind of like telling her that she needs to stick on topic, and he thought that it was kind of like getting offhanded. They were trying to, the state, the law. I mean, the lawyers were trying to say something was irrelevant, and the dude just like overturned it. And sometimes he says it's sustained. Sometimes he'll say that the defense's arguments are sustained. So that is something, he sometimes sides with the defense, but not most of the time because their arguments are really stupid. All right, I'll see what you're saying. I was struggling to hear you, but you mentioned making new friends in court. Oh, okay. So basically, what happened was, so today, what happened? I was watching the trial chat. I was watching a couple of trials. I was watching Tay, this rapper, and he allegedly murdered somebody. And over at this other channel, which the name of it I don't quite know off the top of my head, it's called Bays or something, I don't know. And it's some news channel, and they're showing explicit evidence of like the body, and they're showing the. At the same time, we're watching Law and Crime as well. We're watching both channels, and we were having a good time in the chat, and we're over at the other channel, and I met this dude, and we'll call him you, and you, who subscribes to the channel today, or yesterday rather, technically, he was telling me that he was making some good insight on the case. Like, he was saying YSL seems really ridiculous. Like, that trial seemed ridiculous, so he supported Young Thug, Jeffrey Williams, and his group. But he thinks this person's really guilty because you see the person on the ground that's been deleted, and it's like a young person, it seems to be, and he has his shoes and everything, and he was, allegedly murdered, or he was framed by somebody else at the wait and see, because if somebody's innocent, we should find out who really did it. And we were talking, and he was telling me that, and also Shay Lay was there, and she was agreeing with him and thought that he was making some great points, and I was saying also that, people are too much in their emotions, and he said something similar. And, people are just acting on impulse, and he was saying that he feels the bad music and stuff can influence some people to do these things. He didn't necessarily say it like that, probably, but it's kind of like I'm paraphrasing what he meant in my interpretation. And he and I, got along well, and he subscribed to the channel, and he was telling me that I built up his, self-esteem, that Shaylee and I did, and we were telling, and I said he's really cool people, bro. I said I said he's awesome, and he told me that he sees me everywhere. So he's seen me before in the different court chat rooms and other places too. I'm on a lot of different channels, different podcasts and stuff, and people from like the Law and Crime chat, people I don't even know, told me they saw me, at the other shows that I'm on, and it's pretty cool. So yeah, this guy, and this person I probably saw in YSL before, but I have not spoken to him, and I don't know if I really have paid attention to him, that he was in chat or not, but I was nice to talk to him today, and he subscribed to the channel. Also, William in the other chat that I've been talking to for a while. So this was a separate channel that we all came from Law and Crime to watch, and Law and Crime at the same time. We went back to Law and Crime's feed, and William told me that he subscribed to my channel, and I congratulated him, and I said welcome to Spaceship, like what I told you. And it got 2 new subs today, and I really appreciate all the subs, likes, and support, and shares, and all that. I appreciate it. And I have something else funny to say about that, but let's read else what you're saying. I was struggling to hear. Okay, I missed the last 10 minutes because I was over at Court TV. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just the judge was talking, and she continued the same thing, just talking about the Monica, more evidence of Monica being guilty. Eventually, he said, we're going to do our afternoon recess," and they were over for the day. Five Cat says, "You just gave your very old cat medicine. Mine just arrived, so have lots of kitties to medicate." "Oh, you do, Five Cats. That is true. That is very true." And they're very lucky to have you as their cat mama. And also with the cats, so sometimes with the cats they'll get a lot of fleas, and we'll give them flea advantage and stuff. And although we had the flea situation, we give them the flea medicine and it works. Do you do anything about fleas specifically? I'm just curious. And but yeah, we give them flea medicine, and it helps them with the flea problem. Also, another cat story. My friend Miranda, you've probably seen her in chat here before, but basically she has a new youth cat. It's not a kitten, but it's a youth cat, and she gives it cat food, gives him cat food, and also I was wondering, maybe it's not a kitten, but it's a youth, and maybe it could use some. The cat's doing fine, but it's having some like youth troubles, like kind of like say, it'll try to uh it okay. It seems clingy, the cat, or he seems clingy. Yeah, you use advantage also. Okay. And with the cat, the cat is clingy, but she does give the cat attention, of course. But also the cat like will try to nurse on her, like on the blanket. And this cat was an orphaned cat. It doesn't have a mother like yours. Your kittens have a mother, but this one is a youth cat. It's not necessarily a kitten, but it's a youth cat. And she gives it cat food. So I know with cats, you give them like kitten food, or like there's like young cat food. It doesn't mean it's bad to give them the other type of food, but it eats it. I need to stop talking like a scientist. Okay, he eats it. Okay, he eats it. It's not an it, it's a he. And she does good with taking care of the cat, and she will get the cat fixed. She's gonna. I told her that's something that she could. It will be good. And I'm not quite sure exactly what the gender of the cat is, but it may be a he, it may be a she, but I'm just calling it a he. So the cat is, she rescued the cat, and because I know there was, when my grandma had a kitten, there is this certain milk or some sort of formula for the kitten, and also they eat some food. So I was telling her about that. Yeah, so basically, I was, remembering that, and I was telling her the information about the youth cat food, and the different, like formula and stuff like that. And Five Cats says they only need milk for the first 2 months. Okay, thank you. So if it's 2 months old, for only 2 months, it'll need the milk. Okay. So it may not necessarily need the kitten milk. All right, thank you. So it has regular cat food, and maybe cat food for youth cats might help out too, but that may not be necessary either. Because sometimes, like the way she'll talk about the cat, it'll be like a kitten, but it's not a kitten. So it must be something in between. He must be something in between. And also, she's taking care of the cat, along with the other responsibilities that she has. And yeah, so I, so giving the cat, just cat food and water and stuff is fine. And I'll tell her that if it's over 2 months old, the kitten milk formula is not necessary. But as I said, she's going to take it to the vet. She's going to take him to the vet and get the cat neutered or spayed, whatever. And the vet will also, give information she also may need to know about the cat that I may have, that they could just go and look at the cat and examine. But the cat's not sick or anything. It's just a little bit, it can be clingy and stuff because, some cats, for I don't know why, some cats abandon their kittens and they just kind of become orphaned. And because that's what we'll see. Like, my family has rescued cats for a very long time, for many decades. And, like, we get, like, stray cats and they, like, bring them as pets and, they'll take care of them and, stuff like that. And, I'm glad that more people are doing this. Five Cats says, well, sometimes they are just hiding their kittens as they like to move them a couple of times. All right, understood. I didn't know that. And, sometimes, like, there's been instances where, yeah, because I understand what you're saying. Now, I've, seen allegedly instances where cats were abandoned, but as I said, I don't know if that is true or not, if the cat was really abandoning their kittens, but or not. Because sometimes they'll be kind of like younger cats, and they're just like some cats are not like a family. They kind of like are kind of like on their own. But thank you, Five Cats, for the information. I was not aware of that. Five Cats says Aridin had so many kittens, but she neglected one little girl who my son's dad adopted. She hates her. Oh, okay. Thank you for the information. Yeah, because it seems that they hate their kittens sometimes. Ariadne, I think it's pronounced. Five Cat says they will always move their kittens two or three instinctively. Two times instinctively. Oh, okay, thank you. All right, I made the page a little bit bigger so I can see what's going on because I just couldn't really see it for a second. All right. Ariadne is a Greek goddess. Okay, thank you. That's a beautiful name. I love those Greek names. Yeah, and because Greece, yeah, they have all of the architecture there. Very nice. Yeah, so the I like how you named them after different gods and goddesses. gonna maneuver this way. Alright, sunk that ship. I flipped the mouse over. Scared. Am I winning? Oh yeah, yeah, I am winning right now. So basically what I do in this game is that I I sink a bunch of ships and I level up. I level up the flag and it gets more and more points to it. And that is what I do in the game. And it's not any specific quest at the moment. I am just going freestyling and attacking the ships. And my grandma was telling I was telling my grandma about your kittens, and she was she was saying that when she was with my grandpa when they were younger, at some point, and she told me she remembers when her cats would give birth. Uh, they usually they fix them now. Yeah, they usually fix them now, and what happened was before they fixed them, the cats used to have kittens, and like in the front in the living room they would have kittens. So I was telling her that I saw the kittens live, and she thought it was very it was very nice that I got to see that. Do I have a lookout? No, I do not have a lookout. The crow's nest is unmanned. Ariadne refused to go to the vets. I lost so many vet appointments. She will not get in the pet carrier. She was born to be a queen. That's how Bubbles is. Bubbles the cat, he's kind of like that with some things. I have cats that are disagreeable like that too. Yeah, so basically, because thanks for I understand the position you're in with the cat doesn't want to cooperate. Yeah, and a cat wants to do what she wants to do, and yeah, and I like how with the kittens they develop like a camera. It's like a camera developing. All right, thank you, thank you. Oh, we got the big loot. All right, I won. I won. Yeah, because there was Chester. There was Chester, and Chester got in a fight with Tweetzel outside, and they had him neutered. And he was an older cat that wasn't neutered. Okay, and he has like a square jaw and everything, but he got neutered and he got better. And so that was something very interesting that they do become tamer. And then with the cats, they the kitty cats, they go and become better when they're fixed. And I remember when Bubbles was fixed, and then so there was E.T. the alien cat, and this orange cat he used to follow me around outside at night, and he really wanted to come in, but he wasn't fixed yet, and there's a cat in here, so he couldn't come in this room. So what we had to do was we had to bring him, to get neutered immediately. Yeah, Chester. Yeah, Chester. He's a tomcat, and he's like a gray and white cat. Like it looks like he's wearing a white handkerchief, but he's a gray cat. And also, there's a new outside cat that came around, and his name's Clyde. And Five Cats says, Dynastius, Zeus, and Athena are all neutered. My advice is to get them done 6 to 8 months. Otherwise, they're a nightmare to get into the vet. Yeah, oh, we got this jutsu staff. Whoa, I gotta get this thing. It's a jutsu staff. World Saber, Voodoo. Or we're going to Dread Reaper. There's an assassin's thing right there. And a war. There's war. Cutlass. War board sword. Or cutlass. Night Hunter. Dread Reaper. Witch Hunter. Boarding Cutlass. Voodoo. Venom. Orangutan. Alright, well. Let's get this one. Alright, take it all. Alright, a guy got my new A brand new voodoo staff. All right, the Fire and Fury. Here we go. Oh, this is a click. Yeah, and so basically, yeah, they do become tamer, and th- and then there's this time, we got, there's sometimes some of the cats don't always get along, kind of like humans, and ET is kind of a troll a little bit. He likes to go and have fights with other cats, and just like for no reason, he'll start biting you, like for no reason. It's a juju staff. And yeah, so basically, so what I do with the cats is I have this wand thing with a rope on the, like this kind of like string rope thing, and it has like a colorful piece of fabric, kind of like a string, and like tie dye color, and the cats love to play with it. Yeah, yeah, it's a cat thing. Yeah. For instance, Bubbles' brother Pootsy, my my mom calls him, doesn't he says so what that cat does is when Clyde comes around, he goes and patrols the area and he tries to get him to go away. Like he's like territorial. And the cats will get right up in each other's faces. It's hilarious. Oh, biting is a sign of love. Okay, I did not know that. Thanks. And she's telling me toys. One of the on the string is very best interactive toy. They loved to bond with their human. Oh, Clyde is another cat. So what I was saying before was there's this other cat that came in and they called him Clyde. They named him, and Clyde the cat, he's very friendly, you could touch him. And when he comes to eat some cat food, the white cat outside will try to go up to his face to fight him. And also, as I said, the possum babies. Oh, the possum babies have been all over the place. By the way, the possum babies have been crawling all over and eating food and stuff. It's real cute. Exactly, exactly. Yeah, and basically with the cat, he was going to like he could like he likes to eat, and then like I'll tell like the cat outside, it's okay, he could eat, he doesn't have to be afraid, and he starts eating, and I like that. I enjoyed it, watching it. Oh, I have videos of the possum babies, and I'm going to upload them. The shorts. Yeah, I will upload them. I have the videos. I just have to get around to do it, which I'm gonna do it tomorrow, if everything goes correctly. But yeah, it's just I have the videos. I'm gonna upload them. Don't worry. Yeah, they're very cute, and I'll see them like what they'll be wandering around, and they eat cat food, and they look so cute, like little gerbils, and they're just getting to know the environment, and they're on their own, like learning the land. There was this cat we had, and she passed away in a few years ago, and she was kind of older. But she was in bad health. She had probably had some kind of cancer or something. And she was very sick, very sick. An older cat, but was sick. So rest in peace, Ptolemy. Now I'm gonna put this new staff that I have to the test. All right, throwing it out to the sea. Oh, this is kind of fun in a way. So, like, okay, here you go, right here. Clouds are real realistic. Yeah, very realistic clouds. I don't always like look around and do sightseeing. Let's see. Yes, five cats. Amen. Amen. And yes, the cat. Yeah, she's in heaven now. And also, my but the counterpart cat is still alive. Doodles, which was her mate at one time. Yeah, and I have you know for my family have done this. I know it's a dark topic. Viewer discretion advised. I've done cat graves for them, and yeah, it's a sad thing when the pets go. And we had a couple of outside cats. As I was growing up into my teenage years when I was in school, and like the earlier 2020s to maybe like a few years ago, they were they all like around the same time passed away. So yeah, it's but my family took care of them, and myself included, and they had the best life they could have had. But I'm also thankful for the cats we have now. We have some new cats that are pretty cool too. And during the my grandpa during the Hurricane Katrina, he had to he was very brave. He came back here and he rescued some cats that were stuck. after the flood subsided, and you know those they were rescued, and you see the city kind of like no one knew that that would happen, and it was 20 years ago this year, Hurricane Katrina, in 2005. Nobody knew that that would happen, and that the flooding would happen. But yeah, so many pets were lost in that, and people too. But so I'm glad that my grandpa was able to do that with the help of some others. I wiped all of them out. I nuked them. Facts. Amen. Five cats. Amen. And oh, that's good that you had them buried in your garden. That's good. Oh, this is wild right here. I'm at the final boss. Oh, you have one that's cremated. Okay, that's cool. Well, it's not cool. Like it's like it's a sad situation, but you know, that's interesting that you have that. None of ours are cremated. My family was not interested in that. Seeing how this was effective. All right. Now we're gonna use the this and we'll end him. It's getting me good. We're gonna end him right now. Take a little bit to load it. All right. I was able to delete the final boss and the Scorpion Island. Facts. Yeah, Timu Scorpions. That's what these things are. Scared. Yeah, and also, I think that with the scorpions, yeah, these are some of the giant crazy wasps right here. That's what these things are. These are the killer wasps. And another thing that my cats like is catnip. And there's a certain gene. Some cats have the gene and others don't. Well, the cremated cat was white ragdoll named Angel. I bought her just after my mother passed away. My son's dad let her out, and she got knocked over and taken to the vets. That's how it ended up cremation. Well, condolences for your loss. And I'm not, as I said, I'm not judging about how a cat, ends, like how people do it. But it's interesting to know why the people do it and what the backstories are. Yeah, yours love catnip. Yeah, so catnip is a certain gene, and also, oh, the catnip is actually an herb that was used by people in the ancient past and in the olden times of like the American colonists and people from before then. And it was like a said it's some sort of a relaxing herb. I'll get more specifics about it in a moment, but basically with the it's like an herb, no pun intended. It's like their version of a certain other type of herb. And the cats were very, yeah, they like some cats don't get affected by it because they don't have the gene for it. Others do, and so the catnip plant, which I have seeds for it, it can grow. And cats like they'll I've seen videos. Cats will drool, like foam stuff, and they could even hallucinate with the catnip plant. They really go out of this world with it. That's what I saw on like the internet. All right, I'll read about the catnip exactly, like some like the benefits about it to give you like a. This is like Jason and the Aragons. Air Argonauts. Oh, yeah, yeah, that's real cool. Yeah, facts. About catnip. Yeah, and that yeah. So that is a good story. Jason and the Argonauts. Very good story. Also, speaking of Greece, I love 300, that movie, and I like the Alexander the Great and Achilles. Yeah, I love Greek food. Like Greek food is awesome. One of my friends from school is Greek. That I went to school a little while back. I graduated in 2017, so it was a little while back. Yeah, my friend. Well, he graduated in like 10 years ago, or he graduated about 10 or 9 years ago, something like that. And which I'm still friends with him on Facebook, and he's Greek, and his family has like a Greek restaurant. It's very good food. He was also pretty cool to chill with. Did you know that we pronounce herb like herb, where Americans miss the H? Oh, interesting. I didn't realize that. Okay. Y'all say herb, and we say herb. I think I've said herb before. I've used both interchangeably, but you're right. They say herb. Invite you and show the close up of the kitty. Oh, okay. Okay. Yes, I'd like that. And you mean like you like to join the stream? Is that what you mean? Is that what you meant? Because there's some technical parts to that. You can explain what you mean of if you'd like. But yeah, so basically with the catnip, let's talk about. I'll tell you about the catnip, like I was saying I was going to do. Catnip herb. Catnip herb of the mint family. Oh, catnip's from the mint family. And Five Cats says I have herbal tea, and my cats went mental for it. That's good to know. That must be something else that caused them to have a reaction. And herbal tea will have mint in it. So maybe the mint in general would cause them to get excited. Alright, so catnip is a herb of the mint family, noted for its aromatic leaves, which particularly exciting to cats. Catnip is commonly grown by owners for their pets, and dried leaves are often used as a stuffing for cat playthings. Also, let's see, does catnip have the same effects as marijuana? However, scientific studies have shown catnip doesn't affect the brain in the same way as drugs like marijuana and cocaine do. Cats are completely aware of their surroundings. When they're under the effects of catnip, they just are much more happier. Oh, okay, so this Five Cats, this is how this would work. So the way we would have you on the show with a video would be by having, let's see, so it would be through StreamYard. Do you know what StreamYard is? So basically, StreamYard is this type of platform where you can do like a video, like a panel where you have different people on, and that is what StreamYard is. And you would, so you don't have a password for it, but they give you like a code as the password, and you make an account. And what I would do is I would get the thing set up and would have you on the show that way through the video. So you could look into that if you're able to do that. So that's the way that we would do that. All right. When taken by the mouth, catnip is possibly safe when used in a cupful amounts of catnip tea, but catnip is possibly unsafe when taken in high doses. Side effects include headaches, vomiting, and feeling a bit ill. Is catnip a smokable herb? Catnip can be smoked, but this method may lead to respiratory irritation or the adverse effects headache, migraine, or rare cases catnip may trigger headaches. Migraine sensitive individuals, if you experience headache after exposure to catnip, discontinue use, avoid further contact. All right. Catnip. Was catnip consumed by humans? Also, here's the okay, Five Cats. So yeah, you would come, which I'm using OBS to stream, but I would open up another window, like you see, like the different web windows I have, and I would just put the thing on and have you in the room with me. And also, I'll say that one day in the near future. Okay, Five Cats. That's the only way at the moment we would have you on the show with a video chat. Now, I do call. I've not done it in a long time, but I do call-ins, and that is something that we could, but of course it's long distance. Just keep that in mind if people ever want to call in. But the video call, yeah, the video panel, it would just be StreamYard, and you would, I would. How it works is they give you a code to your email, and you have an account, and you could choose to have it as a video or not video. And I would get this other window open and put you on there with me, and you would show that video, and I would have you on the show through the video stream. Yeah, that's how it would work. That's how we've always done it here. All right, so this is interesting information. Catnip has been used by humans for almost as long as it's been known by us. While the use have faded out as modern medicine continues to develop, it historically was believed to help relieve nausea, soothe anxiety, and even help mitigate symptoms of insomnia. So that's something catnip was used by humans in that way. You just got a bottle of Cosmic Gold Spritz catnip today. Interesting. I'll look that up. Oh, okay. Thank you for the name. I have not heard of this. That's pretty cool. You're welcome, Five Cats. Okay, I'm going to look up this other thing that you talked about. Let's see. All right, thank you. Okay, yeah, I see a type of catnip. Correct. It has different effects on us. Yes, absolutely. And let's see exactly what does catnip do to people. 5 Cats says Dionysius could smell it through several layers of packaging. Oh wow, it's very strong if he was able to smell it. You know, from all the packaging. Scared. Well, I'm sure they love it. Alright. It's theorized that cats feel a sense of euphoria or extreme happiness, followed by relaxation. When they smell catnip, this may be due to the scent of catnip mimicking a cat's sex pheromones. The effect tends to last around 10 minutes for most cats, after which they become somewhat desensitized. Oh, hello, Liberty. Good to see you. I get effects and effects mixed up myself because of my channel. And now let's look up the definitions. I'm looking up right now of both of them. Effects seems like it's correct, but let's look at the definition. Effects, a change which is result of consequence or an action or other cause. Well, that's kind of far away for me to read it, so we're going to put it up here. Okay. Effect, a change which is result or consequence of an action or other cause. It's a result, a consequence, or an outcome. Sequel reaction. Also, effect. Liberty, I hope that you've been having a good day today. And I researched the stuff that you sent me in the chat the other day. You talked about. I looked it up. Thank you. Effect. Have an effect on, make a difference to. Influence, have an effect on, act on, work on. Let's say effect versus effect. Generally, we use effect as a verb, an action word. Effect is a noun, an object word. I never knew that. When to use effect or versus effect. Effect is generally used as a verb meaning to have an impact on something. Effect is usually used as a noun and refers to a change resulting from something, but it's sometimes used as a verb that means to cause a specific change or something that happens. Rain affects plants. One effect of rain is that plants grow faster. Scared. Scared. Yeah. And also with my channel, the reason where alien spaceship sound effects, the name, has like a thousand, like you have thousands of different meanings behind it and where it came, the origins are all over the place. One of the origins of the channel is that in iMovie, they have like sound effects for a band. I mean, for a something for a movie scene, they'll have sound effects built in. So with the sound effects, they and also they had some alien sound effects. So that's where alien spaceship sound effects, because that's what it was, alien spaceship sound effects. And another origin of the channel is that there is this soundtrack that I did, and it was about these aliens that are traveling through space and they're going to crash into Earth, and it's based off the Roswell incident. And it went viral, and I uploaded it in 2017, and to this day it's still going viral, and it has thousands and thousands and thousands of views. And so I named my channel after that soundtrack. I renamed that soundtrack Sound Effects of the Greatest Most Fascinating Aliens, but it was originally called Alien Spaceship Sound Effects. So it was a title of a video. And in honor of that, and people in other countries take shorts of that soundtrack that I made, and they put it and they make different stuff out of it and put it on their channel. So I'm very moved by what that sound effect has impacted people with. My friend and I, from my best friend from school, and I would talk about alien theories and Planet 10 and stuff. And his ideas, he was very brilliant, and his ideas that he taught me, and I did my own research on it and expanded on his research. I told everybody about his ideas about aliens, and I also learned more about them as time went on, about these Planet 10 and stuff like that, and the aliens. And I expanded on it, and I also want to be interested in it anyway without him, but he set a good foundation. And I told everybody in the whole world about it, and he felt that it was necessary, but he never knew how it would happen, and I made it happen. Okay, Five Cats, I sure will. All right. And I am famous for repeating myself. It's something that it might be a little quirk about me. So I like on YouTube with the different audiences, I have to, it's sometimes people repeating myself is something that may happen. So that is, I do not mind doing that, and I certainly will. Five cats, yeah. So basically, that is how I was able to, there's so many different origins of where the name comes from, and another thing, which I don't mind repeating it for Five Cats when she returns, is that, when I was back in I want to say, okay, I graduated in 2017, the same year that Alien Spaceship Sound Effects was released, the same year. And my friends moved away, but they were still down the street. My friend was down the street, and his friends would come and chill with him. Hold on, I have to plug this thing in. It's not really plugged in like I thought it was. Okay. I like when something's plugged in, but it's not really charging. And also, what happened was I learned a lot of stuff about the studio and creating music and stuff with the computer on there. Although I did it before that, I learned some more stuff. And so that's 2017. I graduated in May of 2017. And basically, they later that year, around October or September, I uploaded that sound effect. As I said, it has thousands of views now. So around, I want to say 2018 and 19, I took these courses, which they weren't really courses, but I used the internet to learn about. Okay, so I had a YouTube channel from 2010. I uploaded games of me playing the DS. They're not on the channel anymore, though. They're of playing games, which if I could go back in time, I would have kept them. I still had the videos on this computer. I have a video of, I have to re-upload it, when I was a little kid with my curly hair and my glasses, and I was making my YouTube video. Alright, so Five Cats. I'm going to fill you in on what I was talking about previously. So I'm going to just tell it to you again, because that's what I said I would do. Alright, so I'll kind of go back to when you were here and go forward. So basically, it's back. I graduated in 2017 in May. And my friend that he would talk to different people about the aliens, like back in school, and some people took him seriously, and some people, they would think that it was foolish because people didn't think the aliens were real. And you would talk about this planet that was going to come hypothetically at some point. And he, now NASA's confirming it's probably real, and I learned more information about it. And many YouTubers are talking about it. And also the aliens have been talked about by the government, and it's been more mainstream now. So there you go. I'm glad that I listened to him and I spread it around because he wanted people to know about it and his ideas, his foundation about what they are. But of course, my version of it is very different than his version, but it does not contradict him. It's like a advanced version or more updated version of what his theories were. You're welcome, Five Cats. And yeah, he taught me about sword fighting and different swords, and he liked medieval helmets and things like that. Very interesting. Very interesting. And I remember he also had he had many shields, and when I was up at the what's called the North Shore, it's this country, it's like in the country, it's in the woods, it's like a rural area. He showed me his Spartan shield, so he had a replica of the Spartan shield, just like from the movie, and I would be able to hold it better now, but I've always been very strong physically. I could hold it, but it's a heavy shield, but I was able to hold it upright and everything. I think now it'd be a little bit more, since I'm an adult, it'd be a little bit more easier, but still, I could hold it up with ease, but it's a heavy shield. And also the spearhead. He gave me he gave me a a model, a replica of a Greek spearhead. And as I said, in high school, I read the Odyssey, and after high school, I still read the Odyssey because it was such a good book. I read it again, and Five Cat says my son has this alien pic as his Discord name. Oh, that's awesome! That's awesome. I'm glad that he's interested in that. I was around, that age when I was starting to get into aliens, but without my friend, I would have been into aliens anyway. But he was a good mentor about them and stuff. And I expanded on his idea and added more to it, as because he didn't always have the answers because not enough information was out, but I was able to get the information. He went to college and said he's very smart, and he went to college and he is like going to be studying history. I have not talked to him in nearly 5 years, about 5 years. Yeah, it's been 5 years since I've talked to him, but I'm still on good terms with him. And he was at my channel when it was just like 60 people or something. Man, it's blown up, man. It's exploded. And his idea, I ran ads about the alien stuff and things to expand the channel and to spread the word. Man, it spread everywhere. I have a wild story to tell him now. Yeah. And, and some people thought maybe he was foolish, his ideas and stuff, but his idea impacted the entire world everywhere. I mean, he did more than anybody at that. It's a good school, and there's many famous people that, not famous people, but people that were in acting. There's doctors, very cool people that came from that school. And of course, I'm the mediator. I'm the one that implemented it and put it out there. But basically, his idea did more than anybody that went to that school did. Like, it spread all over the planet. All over the planet. Nobody from that place ever did something like that before. And I was honored to do that. And I would have talked about aliens and something else. I was going to be famous on YouTube one way or another from something. But I'm glad that it was that. That was the thing. And also, I'm interested in aliens. If I never met him, I would have been aliens. But I'm glad I had proper guidance about them. And, so basically say where I'm very, and he likes to keep to himself. He likes to, he may not be, in my opinion, he may not be as into be on YouTube and putting himself out there. He likes to just kind of keep to himself and play his different video games and stuff, or do his little hobbies. He's more reclusive. I'm a little bit more where I want to be out on the big screen and do my thing. And as I said, but both are good. They both work together well, that the idea was spread that way, because it takes two people. I believe that teamwork's important, and it can't be done all by one person, in my opinion. Some things can, but it's also the team of people working together, I think, is the most important thing. And that's, it's always good to give credit to the people that helped you along the way. And so it didn't make sense at first, but the dots connected in my future. In his future, too. Because, I'll go on these live streams, where I met all of you, including Liberty. And, yeah, there's people, which I've gotten organic subscribers. Which, when organic, I'm saying, Thank you, Five Cats. Yeah, respect to my friend. Yes. And basically, what the situation is that the it did make sense where people, and there's one teacher that did not believe that Planet 10 was real, and that it just wouldn't make any sense because the stars would move around. But the lady didn't understand is that the stars always move around. And as I said, people thought that the Planet 10 Nibiru, and even some friends of ours, good friends, that are fine people. It's okay because it's these kind of things that sound very far fetched. So Planet 10 is this planet allegedly that exists beyond Neptune, and it has an eccentric orbit that every 30,000 years it will orbit between our planet, and it will kind of cause some maybe problems to the planet, maybe, and it may cause a problem with the water or the orbit, something. It'll not the orbit, just the ozone, the atmosphere, the environment. It's really kind of up in the air. It could do something, or may not do anything. It might just be an interesting solar eclipse we might see one day. And people thought that this idea that the planet 10, it's called Nibiru, it's called Planet X, exists, was very far fetched. But he would go and tell people about it, and he had the courage to do that, and about the aliens too. And well, we have the last laugh now because NASA is saying that it's likely real, and these researchers from NASA are saying that because of the different stars and the planet's alignment, that it has to be a certain way where there's something beyond Neptune. So there's these objects beyond Neptune, right? And there's Neptune itself. They're being pulled and herded around by something. And there has to be some bigger object out there for them to be following. So it's true. There is something out there. There's probably a couple of things out there. It's very, very, very difficult to see. And this something other news that I'm very glad to hear, that I'm glad to tell you all, is that recently NASA has found a new planet beyond Neptune that's very big. It's that planet. But the news has been very quiet about it. But Amanda told me about it because I was telling Amanda one night about the story again, and she was telling me that they found the planet, and there you go, an object beyond Neptune. And in Babylonian mythology and Persian mythology, they had a war with Greece in 300. Their mythology, it talks about Nibiru was one of their gods to bring people, to ferry people across the other side, kind of, and that like a Nile. And basically, it was something that they mapped out. So with the people, that's why you have to do what you believe is right. And even if people think you're crazy, maybe they're the crazy ones. Scared. And I think that the government didn't want to cause a public panic. That's why they didn't talk about it, but there's a certain point where they can't hide the information anymore, so they talk about aliens, and they talk about Planet 10, and stuff like that. And Five Cats says, I still can't get my head around infinity. And also, I know infinity is so hard for us to comprehend, and it's beyond our realm of understanding because we exist in a finite world where there's a time, place, and space. And when you have a time, place, and space, we will view things a certain way. But when there's certain things beyond our realm of understanding, it's kind of like a fish in water may not completely understand what it's like to be on land. Your son is a genius. Shout out to your son. Very brilliant mind, and he'll grow up to do great things. And I am glad to hear about that. And, you know, with these situations, yeah, amen. Now, for instance, I was looking up about a certain type of technology. I was telling the group here last night, and basically, what's her, Liberty was here, and I'm going to explain it to you. Now, I am constantly hungry and foolishly hungry for more technology and the more advancement of human civilization, although I'm not against the old ways of doing things and old technology. I think it's good for to see how the humans will expand over time in the future. Five Cats says people are forced to work too much, so they don't use the whole of their brain. Yeah, Five Cats. There's so many parts of the brain. We only use a small percentage of the brain. Not us or your son, but most other people. They don't, use most of their brain, and that's why I chose an eccentric path, and I'm glad that I did. As I said, like literally trusting in God that the dots will connect in your future, no matter what happens. We all are on this earth for a short time. Death is a path that we all share, and there's no escaping it. And I don't mean to be dark, but it's something that's true, and it's best to live every day as if it were the last day, and that trust the dots will connect in your future. As I said, Steve Jobs said that quote. He was talking about that at a college that he was uh, lecturing. He was like talking at a graduation, and that's something that he said. And I think it's very important to have that type of thinking. And it's like a video game. Life's like a video game at that point. And that has never failed me. That type of thinking. And here I am. So basically, I was looking at this technology of how, like, say if I wanted to get tea from you right now, and you could get a platform and press some buttons, and I have this other thing right here, and the tea appears on the table right here. And this is a sort of teleportation. And this technology, everybody that's watching the rerun, right? The government doesn't give us time to think. Exactly. And so this type of technology is a new concept that's still in the works, and it is not something that's going to be coming out tomorrow. So we don't know how this would work or how it would take it with a grain of salt. So there's this technology where you would be able to, if you wanted some Popeye's chicken, or if you, like, say you want some Popeye's chicken, or you wanted some fish and chips, and you just put in this code in, and it either appears there or it teleports from somewhere else to where you are. But this type of technology, when I was looking it up, it would just make it for you right there and then and there, and it would just appear there. And it's all the food in the world on your counter. And basically, the way this concept would work, I looked it up with Google, and Google AI overview told me an explanation about how this possibly could work. So there's 3D printers that print 3D models. So you say you would take a 3D printer and some sort of edible compound of some kind, and the nutrients and protein, whatever that something has in it, and this other mechanism in it, this type of gas, this gaseous technology. This gaseous technology has a memory in it where it can detect a smell or a scent, and it could like record it, and it puts the scent and the smell into something else. And you say you wanted some fish and chips or Popeye's chicken or whatever it is, or some tea, or some turkey, some nice turkey meal, some biscuits, whatever. And it would take that edible compound and it would make a 3D print model with the same nutrients and whatever else, sugar, whatever else is in it. It completely replicate it and also have the same type of smell in it too. And with the type of smell in it, that's how you would completely recreate the food. Like you could just press some codes in and it would be there right there. And because I was thinking of a concept of, say, you want something, you have something for somebody, you're going to put it here, and it teleports somewhere else. And the way teleportation is a little bit separate, but this concept of food is a clone, a food clone. It is actually a brown dwarf, five cats. The type of thing I'm talking about is a brown dwarf. So basically, yeah, so basically what happened was about teleportation. So the concept of teleportation is in early stages. So to explain the teleportation, to get somebody to go into a pod and press some buttons and go to Timbuktu, like right here. Like say you could, like I could teleport to you or you could teleport to me. That technology is a little bit far away, but it needs to come a little bit closer. And also, you have this concept of cloning. So, say you want to teleport using quantum science, you could be at two places at once, and a light switch can be on or off, or both at the same time, according to quantum science. And yeah, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Correct. From that movie, explored that concept of food or a candy bar appearing right here in your hand. That is true. And basically, with the situation at hand, is that you could be at two places at once according to quantum science. So if you could teleport yourself to some other area, and then another part of you is still where you're at, and you could see like both places. It's kind of a hard concept to comprehend, but it's something like that. And also, the way it works is that you could be at two places at once because of quantum science, and a light switch can be on or off at the same time, or both. It could be on and off, or one of the at the same time, according to quantum science. And I think this would be a good explanation for God and how Jesus was able to do what he did because of quantum science. He could be at two different places at once, or all three places at the same time. Let works more time travel in our brains. Less work, more time travel in our brains. Exactly. Exactly. And also, basically, what happened was the this about my channel. Another explanation about where it comes from is the sound effects. Alien spaceship sound effects was a sound effect is Five Cats says astral travel where I go every night. Oh, awesome. Awesome. I know some other people that are able to do that. That's really cool that you do that. Astral travel. So basically, what happened was with my, uh, I created this sound effects of the Gray's most fascinating aliens. That's what it's called now. But what it used to be called was Alien Spaceship Sound Effects. And that going viral, I changed my channel name to that. Another thing that I did was, my friends back in the day, my neighbor, he would have a beach studio and he would record people. And that was like a business he has. And he basically, my friends would be chilling down there, and I learned a lot about how music works on the computer, like how you make it through the computer and stuff like that. And basically, he, that time period, it was, I graduated in 2017 from high school, and then I created this sound effect, the soundtrack, October or September of that year. It was really cool. I enjoyed it, and it's going viral to this day. And there's people in other countries. Oh, Five Cats! I'll be looking forward to hearing that story. So that is where the channel name comes from. And then another thing that I did was around 2018 and 17, 2018 and 19. I was researching about copyrights and about how copyright works, and I learned some YouTube videos about. I was doing some research about that, about how to do a YouTube channel correctly. So I had a YouTube channel back in 2010, and I went and did video games and stuff, and I still have some of the videos on my old computer and this computer. So I saw that you have to stick to one topic, and if you want to do multiple topics, you have multiple channels. But I'm very hard headed, so I decided to do multiple topics on one channel, and it's worked flawlessly. And another reason for the long name is because people could know it has to do with alien spaceships. It has to do with sound effects. It has to do with aliens, and aliens have to do with conspiracy theories and news. Also with music, and also a vlog. A vlog could be about anything. And Five Cats says, I will PM me or DM me, okay, on. I will DM you as some people think I'm making it up. Look, I will look forward to hearing your story, and any stories are welcome because this channel is dedicated to hearing people's supernatural or unreal encounters, because I feel that it's just so many people these days are not believing these paranormal supernatural stories that I think that should be believed. And basically, I will look forward to hearing what you have to say. It doesn't matter what people think. And I'll be looking forward to see what happened in Crete. Scared. Alright, now I got this fire sword, and here I go. I'm going to annihilate this thing now. Yes, absolutely. That's true. Yeah, this sword's on fire, literally. Scared. Crete is so historical. I love Crete. Yeah, and also what happened was, oh, it looks like the zombie pirates are going to attack Tortuga in 30 minutes. Alrighty. Everything got scary on the island. Alright, so basically, and that's what we were doing. We were talking about those different things, and I really enjoyed doing that with the sound effects, and I still do the sound effects. And my channel is Eclectic, so it's about multiple topics, all kinds of different topics. And I went on other live streams and other channels, and I spread the word everywhere. And I talk about politics. I talk about all kinds of different things. And also, Five Cats on another show I was on, I talked about to the Americans about the tanker that collided. I talked about that, and the American like the on ABL, this these other podcasts, the Americans have not heard of this, and the guy told me on the show that I was like a guest on. He told me there's over 1,000 watching. He was telling me that it's big news and it should have been talked about, but he's not heard of anything. So I think that they're so focused on the political stuff that they're just not focusing on things that really matter. They don't really care. For instance, there is these in a rainforest. There is these macaws that were getting hurt and they're in a wildfire, but nobody was talking about it. Now let's try out this thing. Oh yeah, I'm getting it good. All right, now I'm training with the voodoo staff. Also, what happened was during the live, there was yeah. So shout out to ABL, he's a cool dude, and uh, basically something occurred where there is the new mod Alexandria, and she's very cool. She's great with the chat, and there is a problem where she got the judge said they'll be coming back at a certain time, and she was just basically saying that it was at a time that would be 2 hours away. And going 2 hours away, that would be, too long. So basically, what they did with the trial was Alexandria told me that I was correct, and she was sorry about it. And I said it's okay, because the times could get mixed up. It's very difficult to be a mod or do the law and crime modding ship because you have so many different streams you're watching and the time zones get mixed up. So I was helping her out with that and just giving her encouragement. And I'm glad we have a mod there. I've been there for years, so I got used to it, but it could still be difficult. Five Cats says, and it was U.S. jet fuel. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. U.S. jet fuel. Scared. Yeah, I don't know why. It's like it's our jet fuel that they should have said something about it. The staff reminds me of a Roblox game I used to enjoy playing. Oh, I love Roblox. I played that game a lot myself. Roblox, I built my own place and I built some castles and they're kind of like they look like Timu castles, but they're still castles. And before their animation, of their new animation stuff. The castle was a stone castle, but now it looks like a mountain, kind of like in Crete or Malda. And but it used to be more like a real castle. And also, I built a high security prison with a bunch of spikes, and I created like an electric chair. I I know I'm crazy, and I created a flamethrower chair and a bunch of high max security prison. I'm saying scared. All right, so on the channel, something that I say for fun when something's scary is something for it makes people get a laugh out of it. It's scared. Yeah, Wizard Tycoon. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm saying scared in a funny voice. Mint. Oh yeah, certainly need to check those out. Yeah. Yeah, so Roblox with Roblox, I remember I used to play this game before school from Roblox. Oh, thank you, Five Cats. I'm glad you like it. Scared. Scared. Oh, mint means awesome. Okay, thank you. I didn't know that. All right, so in Roblox, what I did was I played this game where you would be in a blimp and you would go around to go and attack the other blimp. And what I would do in my team is I would go and hijack the other blimp and crash it, and we would win every time. And another time, I would play a game where I was in an airplane flying around. Yeah, and so basically, scared. I like that. Also, in the medieval castle, I put like these Renaissance decorations in them. and we had a good time with the Renaissance decorations. And I got a flying saucer in there too. And I built like a tiny piece of a restaurant where you would make would cook some pizza, like where you put pizza in like an oven. And I built a little tiny like a gated community with some log cabins. But like I would, it's like a place where you would put some like houses at, but I put like log cabins there. And across the river, like you go in Roblox and you jump in the river and you just go voop off the map. So what I would do, Hola Latina, good to see you. Hi, I saw an advertisement here on YouTube from Starlink for only 80 per month in select areas for your home. That's what I use to pay for the crappy internet. What do you think about Starlink? Hello, Latina. Good to see you. And I hope that you're having a nice day. And I'll get back to what I was saying about Roblox in a moment. All right. But Starlink, I don't really know a lot about Starlink. I don't know how high quality it is. I don't really know. But, it probably is from something from Timu, but I don't quite. It seems like it gives people access to the internet, and that's why people have problems. People. But as I said, maybe it's advanced. Maybe it works well. It was used for people in Ukraine. I don't really know any reviews about it. I just it's uncharted territory for me. I'll look up into it, but I don't have really much of an opinion about it. High speed internet to stream movies. Maybe it works really well. I mean, all right, you'll send me the link. Okay, thank you. And basically, with Roblox, Five Cats, I was across the street from the other place. I built a school, a brick school, and I was building a tower, like a skyscraper. Okay, Latine understood. And I used to drive around with my vehicle in the game and added some jeeps and stuff. I also made this other area like a border between. There's one castle in one area, and across the little river there's another castle, and they're like two enemies. You could play as either side, and you can go and like they could battle each other, or what they can do is they can go and there's a border checkpoint, and if somebody pulls a lever, the vehicle gets set on fire. So yeah, I love playing Roblox. I played the games. I played the Titanic, you know, in Roblox. I played that, and there is a time where I had a thank you Latina. I'll read it in a moment. There was a time in the game where I had a problem with. I had a nuclear weapon and I blew up my world, and I used to do that all the time. But I accidentally saved it when it was blown up, and it was just this void with the Titanic just hanging there by a thread, and just a big mess of things. It looks like hell or some psychedelic thing, and I had to create a new one. Yeah, I nuked myself. But I love Roblox when you're able to do stuff like that, and you could have nuclear weapons. You could put the Titanic, anything you could think of, you could put in the game. So yeah, I like Roblox. It was called Hansel Cat's Place. If you want to play my place, Five Cats, it's called Hansel Cat's Place. Also, there is a laboratory there, like a kind of a Frankenstein laboratory. Latina says it starts at low 80 a month. All right, let's see what the mystery about Starlink is right now. All right, I'm clicking the link. Okay, let's see. I can just read it here, like through my phone. Come on. Doesn't want to load. I'll what can you type it? Can you type it? Well, I'm gonna read this thing she sent me. But one thing I'll say of Five Cats says Hansel, what can you type it? Well, do you want me to type in my Roblox place? That's what you want. You could be more clear because I could type in the name of the Roblox place. But as I said, there's a maximum security prison in it. There's a government building. There's a couple of there's a house in it, like a small brick house in it. Battle something. Okay. All right. For as low as $80 a month, try Starlink for 30 days. If not satisfied, return the hardware for full. All right, I'm gonna go to Starlink's website through the internet here, and I will do that right now. Latina will research this thing. All right. Okay. Yeah, I could type in the chat if you want to know the name of that thing. Okay. Let's. All right. Oh, wrong button. All right, now let's see. As I said, it has a maximum security prison in it. It has a these two kind of castle-looking things, and it has like a little another area where you have some cabins inside like a gated community with some like kind of like fences, but they didn't really have fences, so I just kind of like built it like that and stuff like that. So I'll you have blocked what person? I think it's called. Yeah, it's Hansel Cat's Place. Let's see. Let's see. Starlink. Right, I think it was called this. Oh, okay. I'll show you in a live. I'll show you in a live. It's a place that I created. I created the prison. I created because I was thought it was interesting, and I created the castles and the different places in Roblox. Yeah, I'll do a live and show you. Yeah, I created all of it with my diabolical mastermind brain I have. All right. So let's look at the. Let's go. Let's go here to this other screen, and we'll show. Let's look at Starlink's website. Let's see what they're about. High speed internet around the world. $148 standard kit. Residential plan, select area 430 free shipping. Residential, connect at home starting at $80 a month. ROAM, connect while traveling anywhere in over 100 markets starting at 50 a month. Connectivity where you least expected. Streaming video, calls, online gaming, remote work, and more now possible in even the most remote locations thanks to the world's most advanced internet system. Starlink Mini. Starlink Mini is a compact portable kit that can easily fit in a backpack designed. Starlink Mini is a compact portable kit that can easily fit in a backpack designed to provide high speed, low latency internet on the go. It includes a built in Wi Fi router, lower power consumption, DC power input, and a max download speed of over 100 Mbps. Scared. Get online in minutes. Set up a Starlink with just 2 steps. Introductions work in either order. Plug it in, point at sky. Starlink requires an unobstructed view of the sky. Download the Starlink app to determine your best install location. No contracts. Long-term contracts prevent both you and the Starlink from making a sensible changes when necessary. With Starlink, it is a fair deal both ways. Starlink can adjust terms and pricing as needed, and you can cancel it at any time for any reason. Engineered by SpaceX. As the world's leading provider of launch services, and the only provider with the orbital class reusable rocket SpaceX has deep experience with both spacecraft and on orbit operations. $30-day trial. Welcome, Latina. 8 hours ago, SpaceX launches 27 Starlink satellites to orbit from California. SpaceX launches 27 Starlink satellites to orbit from California. Five Cats says, Tower Battles is my favorite Roblox game. Oh, okay. Okay. What was the game about? Like, what did you all do in there? I'm curious. I may have played it before. When you buy through links on the articles, Future and its syndication partners may earn a commission. SpaceX sent 27 Starlink international internet satellites toward low Earth orbit from California this evening on April 3rd. A Falcon 9 rocket carrying the Starlink craft lifted off from Vandenberg Space Force Base today. At 9:02 p.m., 6:02 p.m. local California time, 01:02 GMT on April 4. A little over 8 minutes later, the rocket's first stage touchdown on SpaceX drone, quote, "Of course I still love you," which was stationed in the Pacific. It was the fifth launch and landing for this particular booster, according to the company mission description. If all goes well according to plan, the Falcon 9's upper stage will deploy the Starlink satellites about an hour after it lifts off. Tonight's launch followed up a SpaceX doubleheader on Monday, March 31, when the company lofted another Starlink batch, as well as Fram 2 private astronaut mission, the first ever human spaceflight to orbit over Earth's poles. Alright, let's see any kind of reviews on this thing. Five Cats says tower battles. You must defend yourself and your team from waves of zombies longer than your opposing team. Play offensively by sending zombies, and also defensively by placing your customized towers. Now let's say Starlink review. This is from 2 years ago. That's a very cool game. A very cool game, Five Cats. First of all, I want to say that I am a Starlink user since March 2022, and it has been a godsend for me. My only other options are, this is a review of it, HughesNet and other GeoSync satellite providers, and T-Mobile cellular home internet. Of the two, T-Mobile was far superior, averaging a reliable 10.15 Mbps. I have a background in satellite communications, so I understand what I was signing up for with Starlink. However, have seen many posts that show that a lot of people really don't understand what Starlink is, and more importantly, what it isn't, and end up with a disappointed or frustrated once they have it. I also want to be clear that although I absolutely love my Starlink system, I had access to cable or fiber internet, I would drop it in an instant. My hope with the post is to save people a lot of heartache by giving a frank, warts and all over overview what they can expect with getting a Starlink. If you don't want to read the whole post, at least read this part. The Titanic games on in that yeah, the Titanic game in Roblox, as I said, is very cool. Okay, so this is what the person wants people to know. If you have a viable, reliable alternative to satellite, such as cable, fiber, fast, or DSL, whatever, you should stick with it. I strongly advise against trading a ground based internet provider for a satellite based one unless your current choice is just unusable. Why? You might ask. Isn't Starlink super fast? Doesn't it have great latency? The short answer is yes. Quote unquote yes, compared to satellite providers and contests between HughesNet and Starlink. Starlink wins every time, but compared to even a mediocre cable or fiber, it has some serious drawbacks you might not have considered. It's expensive. Number one, it's expensive. While ISP costs very widely, Starlink definitely comes out towards the top of the price range in most areas. There is a large upfront equipment cost of $599, high monthly fee of $109. One of them costs $80 a month. This must be a more expensive version of it. it will degrade or go down completely during heavy storms. Satellite relies on radio signals traveling from your very weak transmitter to satellite miles above the Earth and receiving a very weak signal from it. Anything that is between your dish and the satellite will cause a degradation in service, even raindrops or snowflakes. In fact, as I was writing this, a storm rolled in and my internet dropped out. I am now on the cellular backup link. This is important to understand. It will, from the beginning anyway, suffer from peak time congestion. The Starlink satellite network is far from complete, and anything that will between cause degradation in service, even raindrops or snowflakes, in fact. All right. It will, for the time being anyway, suffer from peak time congestion. The Starlink satellite network is far from complete, and in the evenings, the satellites that are in the service are working very hard to handle the amount of traffic being requested. This can often cause speeds to go from smoking 150 Mbps to early in the day to dismal 10 Mbps or lower in the evenings. You need a wide open view of the sky for it to work. You can't go by the view you have for the HughesNet or other satellite providers, since they use completely different technology that keeps the satellites at a very small point in the sky, while the Starlink tracks multiple satellites across the sky. Starlink will not work well in the middle of a forest. It won't work well with high mountains and cliffs. The view side of the dish, it won't work if you have a tall building to view the side of the dish. There is a free Starlink app you can install on your phone that will allow you to check the location you have in mind to see it's stable. You would be wise to install it and use it prior to parting with any money, because you have too many trees, other obstructions. You will get reliable service and may end up investing a lot of money into an antenna mast or having surrounding trees topped with to give a clear view, or you may end up unable to use it if you can't get a good obstructed view of the sky. This is an example of a good unobstructed view, and this example is of unacceptability obstructed view. It is advertised as a 100 Mbps plus download speed, but it's a near best case scenario. Yes, I do get over 100 Mbps speed a lot of the time. I also get 4 Mbps sometimes. Satellite internet is highly variable, and unless you can tolerate frequent drops to sub 10 negative 10 Mbps speeds or no connection at all in bad weather, you will not be happy with it. Latency is also highly variable. If you are planning to do real time stock trading or online gaming, you will intermittently experience the effects of high ping times. Your games will sometimes lag as a result, often for extended periods of time. It can take a year or more to get the hardware. I waited exactly a year, but some people have waited much longer. This is due mostly to the fact that Starlink is still process of building out their satellite network and can only bring on a certain number of new systems each month. All these points are due to the fact that this is a satellite internet. Again, if you have a reliable alternative that a reliable alternative that doesn't rely on satellites, you shouldn't ever consider Starlink at this time, if ever. So, who would get Starlink? Someone who has no viable alternative. If you only other choice is HughesNet, then yes, sign up now. If you have cable or fiber and are mad that it's only 50 Mbps instead of advised 200 Mbps, do yourself a favor and live with it. Has a location within 50 feet, or the router install the location with a good view of the sky, 120 feet, with the optional with it in a location with 50 feet, install the location with a good view of the sky, 120 feet, with the optional 150-foot cable. Starlink will not work reliable without an obstructed view. See image links, bad views. So it seems like with Starlink, it's good for people that don't have any type of internet, but if somebody already has an alternative already, they should not be recommended this. Somebody that can tolerate outages and storms, or low frequent bandwidths, frequent ping times, viable backup service, or satellite availabilities, needs backup internet connection when their primarily goal is down. Alright, so that is an update about this. Against all odds, fiber internet has become available through my rural electrical cooperative. And let's see. Just to ensure we get a hurricane, the fiber will go out. So yeah. So basically, that just to summarize like what you would expect from having a Starlink. It costs to $1,000 to lowest 349 to $1,000 to get a Starlink kit. Scared. All right, let's expand this. Well, in the game, there was a zombie battle happened in the game, and my team won. But I was doing this other thing, and yeah, and shout out to this dude that revived me. Latina says, can it be a good backup internet? Okay, we'll look at that now. All right. So, yeah, so basically about it being a backup internet, if there are no other alternatives, it can be. Now, as I said, do you have, like, I don't know if you have a lot, I don't think you have a lot of storms in your region. And if you're okay with some outages, you can certainly, it may be good for you as a backup internet. It may work for you, yeah, because I don't think you have storms and stuff out there. And if you're okay with it dropping out sometimes, then yeah, go for it. In my opinion, it's better than nothing. It's good to have a plan B. We could all agree it's good to have a plan B. Reading another review about this. A user says from Reddit, scared. I know some of you won't like this. On playing the RV, downgrade from original, power has been out, and let's see. RV, it seems. I think Starlink is a backup, and as someone says, I think Starlink is a backup is a good idea because if you have a generator, regional power outage, and PAX terrestrial ISP, it would be good. Yeah, so it seems that people are saying it would be a good backup internet. And also, there is 2 months ago, it says Starlink launches a $50 backup internet plan. And this is some, information Latina about it. At $50 a month for 50 gigabytes plus $1 per gigabyte extra, most users would save money by switching to this. Even if you use 2.5 terabytes of data per month, that would be only about 85 gigabytes of data per day, and most outages are not going to last you more than 1 day per month. Even if you use 100 gigabytes of data during the outage, it would still only cost you $100 as compared to 120 a month for residential, 14 a month for business. Most people would have a failover event to have an event that lasts more than longer with a few hours at most. It's rare to have multi-day outage. Yes, it's possible, but not likely. With the X Infinity DOCSIS service, I've only had about 8 hours of downtime all year, 50 a month, plus an extra 50 gigabytes of data in a year, 650 as compared to 1440 for residential unlimited plan. Definitely a big difference. All right, so there you go. It seems like people are saying it will be a good backup. Now, something I'm going to look at over here, the other window. Let's see. Well, it doesn't fit in a backpack. Starlink Mini is a compact portable kit that can easily fit in the backpack, designed to provide high speed, low latency internet on the go. All right, so the Starlink Mini can fit in the backpack. I can let her. Okay, come on. All right, this is the game that she played. It was created in 2011. Yeah, I don't remember if I played this or not. Maybe I did. I'm not too sure. I played something like this. With the Roblox graphics, they really over time changed. They got more advanced looking. Thank you for the suggestion, Five Cats. Thank you. See what the ship's doing. I remember Starlink was doing something with Ukraine that they were giving power to them over there. And with Starlink, you know, they kept on giving people internet in areas where they wouldn't have internet. So I think it's a good thing. But yeah, it'll have its pros and cons to it. Now, I think that Starlink. I remember hearing about it at first. I wasn't too sure what it was. I understand it has to do with the satellite system. It's interesting to see the different reviews about it because people, you know, might think it's better than the regular internet, but maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But it overall over time, I think it'll improve and improve more and more. But I think it would be good for people to have that as a backup internet, in my opinion. Bought some silver bars in the game. Nice. Latina, do you think it's something that you would use as a backup internet? Like, would it help you out? I'm just curious what you think. So, in my opinion, I think that it can be useful. It can be good at being used for that. I think it could be a good system, but it's like for people that don't have anything else. Latina says, "I don't know if I'd use that." Okay, Latina. Okay. I guess there's people like in rural areas that don't really have the internet like we do here, like or like people in the city would have. So it's a good alternative for people that don't have any type of internet. And because it's kind of like, say they have like satellite dish TV. I used satellite dish TV back when I was in Mississippi, and here briefly after Katrina. I feel and think paint everything blue, the cars, the bikes, the house, the roof, skin clothes, and wink, wink, Lahanya, Maui. This reminds you of that, huh? Reminds you of Maui. Scared. Yeah, we could call this island Maui. And that's the lava gorge. This is an island in the Caribbean, a an alleged island where there's a volcano. I want to look up if there's volcanoes over there for real. Let's see if it's even really there. There is volcanoes in the Caribbean. All right. The Caribbean Saint Lucia is the world's only drive-in volcano state. Saint. All right, so they do have volcanoes in the Caribbean. Yeah, that's wild. So they do have volcanoes out there. All right, so yeah, this is Maui. Yeah, basically like the Maui Island. Yeah, shout out to Maui. Yeah, these different voodoo dolls that could be used hypothetically. All right, so you could buy some potions. Oh, okay. Also buying some holy water too. Yeah, this is the lava gorge. This is the cave. Yeah, that's inside the volcano. And so what they did here was they did mining for gold, silver, and diamonds and gems and stuff here. Like this is a mine. There's undead skeleton zombies and stuff in here. Okay, and we took that. And we'll take it out like this, like so. There's still another one. All right. Yeah, this is, you see the side of it right here. And Latina also basically, yeah, we were talking about cats and stuff earlier. And there's a new cat around that I have that has been, we've been feeding. He comes at night sometimes and during the day. We call him Clyde. I hope that your cats are doing good. All right, that works quite well, and then you finish it off here. This is like this part of the game is just like the movie where Night of the Living Dead. This part of the game because you're fighting these zombies, but it's pirate zombies. One of the cats disappeared. Okay, and the and my kitty friend is still with me. My cat's kitty friend still with you. Okay. Thank you for the update. Yeah, that can happen. Yeah. See that they caught me red-handed in the game. See, the prison, you go back in it, it locks you back up. At least it's supposed to, I think. Yep, it locks you back up. Yeah, and also, I think that, with cats, we're talking about the catnip, and basically how catnip, like, some of my cats like it, and some do, and some don't. And the cats will have like a catnip gene. And basically, with the catnip gene, it causes them to get excited for, being a cat or not, to get euphoria. That's what they get. Yeah. So this is, although I could break out of it, so this is the prison. Padres del Fuego. And over there's another cell. And there's a skeleton in there. In this game, they put you in prison, they put you in jail, and then you get back out. Yeah, it's starting to warm up a little bit more over here, where I am, by the way. And let's see, we're probably going to remain on this island. Yeah, so shout to Maui. More of the volcano. All right, now I'm gonna read you something. All right, all right. The game is still just kind of gonna be chilling here in the background. And also, like, say, like, you have these like Spanish houses because of the architecture, and all throughout the volcano there's these different plants. I see these flowers right here, similar to like the ones you grow. This is a jewelry shop. It's quite fascinating. And also, there's the grandfather clock. All right. Okay, Latina, I will. All right, let's switch it over here. I will give you a review, just like we did with the other one. All right, here we go. Let's go save this. So the one from the 80s. If this one of them's from 1987. That one. That's probably the one from, yeah, you were talking about it yesterday, the one from 87. Okay. All right, thank you, Latino. This is a 4-year-old article, but it kind of has to do with the pirate game with the volcanoes. So this was from 4 years ago or 5 years ago. So just keep that in mind. Caribbean volcanoes rumble to life as scientists study activity not seen in years. Authorities near La Soufriere have used warnings as an effusive eruption with visible gas and steam reported. Oh, five cats. It's okay. It's okay. When I was explaining it, I wasn't exactly clear. It's all good. But thank you for clarifying it on your end. All right. All right. So this is something about the Caribbean volcanoes because I'm just like I didn't really know about I know there's Caribbean volcanoes, but I didn't know there's Caribbean volcanoes. I'm thinking they're out in Hawaii, but they're like right in my backyard over there. I'm not aware of that. That's not something I really think about. I mean, a volcano somewhere out in the like past the Gulf of I don't quite think of that, but it's there. All right, let's look if it grows in Louisiana. That's a good name for it. People call it Louisiana. It's. I'm gonna rephrase what I just said. Well, shout out to the spaceship cats. It is not. Like, people say it's Louisiana, but it's actually Louisiana. That's how we pronounce it here. Louisiana could make sense because of Little Wayne. That sounds more similar to the original Louisiana. All right, so citrus. Yeah, she said citrus. All right, so we're gonna look up if the citrus plant grows in the region that I'm in. It has to grow here because there's people with orange trees and stuff here, right by Florida. Yeah, I would say yes. And I've eaten banana. I don't know if banana is citrus or not, but I've eaten banana trees. I didn't eat a banana tree. I ate bananas from a banana tree that grew here. Well, they were telling me bananas don't grow here, but look, I thought the lady it was from somewhere, okay? I ate bananas off a tree from somewhere, okay? Tons of them, like bags of them, like bundles of them. Oh, they tasted very good too. Stop here. Louisiana citrus production, which include Washington navel oranges, satsuma, mandarins, lemons, grapefruit, and kumquats. Yeah, I know Latina I mean, what kind of nutcase would I be to do that? Scared. I just ate the tree. I was so hungry. The tree had to go too. Scared. All right, so Louisiana has is very good for citrus productions. Yeah, I've eaten lemons before and citrus. Yes, correct. And this is about the volcano. And this is from 4 years. This is from 5 years ago. This article. Volcanoes that have been quiet for decades are rumbling to life after the Eastern Caribbean, prom- prompting officials to issue alerts in Martinique and Martinique and Saint Vincent at Grenada. Grenada's. Hey, that's some synchronicity because silver fox is from there. As scientists rush to study activity they say has not been observed in years, the most recent warning was issued late on Tuesday for La Soufriere, which I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. And I could be pronouncing it wrong, maybe. I'm not too sure. Volcano in St. Vincent and Grenadines, a chain of island homes to more than 100,000 people. Officials reported tremors, strong gas emissions, formation of a new volcanic dome, and changes to its crater lake. Latina says, Alien, I'm not sure since there are supposedly weapons. I'm not surprised since there are supposedly weapons that can cause earthquakes to happen across the other side of the world. These are mad scientists. Absolutely, Latina. I think that makes sense too. With weather manipulation, that could certainly cause a problem. Definitely. Like what happened over in Thailand, for instance. Officials reported tremors, strong gas emissions, formation of new volcanic dome, and changes to its crater lake. The Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency said that scientists observed an effusive eruption within the crater with visible gas and steam on Tuesday. The government warned those living near the volcano to prepare to evacuate if needed, declaring an orange alert that means eruptions could occur with less than 24 hours notice. in La Soufrière, located near the northern tip of the main island of St. Vincent, last erupted in 1979 and previous eruptions in 1902 deleted some 1,600 people. That occurred shortly before Martinique. Mt. Pelée erupted and destroyed the town of Saint Péré, deleting more than 30,000 people. Damn. Mount Pelée, or Pelée, 2 is now active once again in early December. Officials in the French Caribbean territory issued a yellow alert due to seismic activity under the mountain. It was the first alert of its kind issued since the volcano last erupted in 1932. Said Fabrice Fountain with Martinique's Volcanological and Seismological Observatory to the Associated Press. While the Eastern Caribbean is one the long chain of active and extinct volcanoes, volcanologist Eric Kelmetti at Denison University at Ohio said the activity at Mount Pelee and La Soufrière are not mentioned, are not related. It said the word says related, but I said mentioned. Quote, it's not like one volcano starts erupting that other. Hold on. Quote, it's not like one volcano starts erupting that others will. He said, quote, it falls into the category of coincidence. He said the activity is evidence that magma is lurking underground and percolating toward the surface, although he added that scientists still did not have a very good understanding of what controls how quickly that happens. Quote, the answers are not entirely satisfying, he said. It's science that's still being researched, end quote. Clemete said the most active volcano in recent years in eastern Caribbean has been Soufrière Hills in Montserrat, which has erupted continuously since 1995, destroying the capital of Plymouth and deleting at least 19 people in 1997. 17 of the Eastern Caribbean's 19 live volcanoes are located on 11 islands, with remaining 2 underwater near the island of Grenada, including one called Kirk Emmy Jenny, scared, that has been active in recent years. The image on the article was changed on 31 December 2020. An earlier image captioned as being taken at St. Vincent. Alright. An earlier image captioned as being taken on St. Vincent was actually taken on Guadalupe. I was just talking about satellite dishes, and I'm seeing an ad for Dish Network, and that was the network that I used. Scared. All right, let's see what this research. Okay. All right. This is the area where you have volcanic activity, and in the Caribbean, by the way, there's quite a few of them. Right. So interesting, the volcano eruptions that are happening, and well, that were happening, and those thousands evacuated due to volcano, and there's this volcano that erupted over in Grenada. All right, so that's where Grenada is. It's a little tiny speck. It's a little tiny crumb right there. And there's St. Vincent. Scared. Scared. And Barbados. Wow. So, yeah, I didn't know Grenada was that small. And it is far away from Jamaica. Let's see how close it is to Jamaica. Yeah, that looks just like the pirate game. Definitely. All right. Let's see. Map. All right, so it's a tiny little island. It's very close to South America, closer than I thought. All right, it's a set of silver foxes from the island. It's like right off the coast of South America. I'm thinking why I think everything is close to the United States, like Jamaica, because I know it's like this is like how like Americans could like think of things. Like they'll think of the entire central part of the country. The entire country is Texas, but there's New York is all the East Coast, and all the West Coast is California. That's kind of like how we view things, and we kind of generalize. Like we'll view the entire Caribbean as Jamaica. That's not how it works. Or the Bahamas. All right. So basically, you have that, and it's off the coast of South America. And that's very cool. Very, very interesting. It's farther away from the United States than I thought. It's kind of like surrounded nearly. It's like although they're all surrounded by water, it's like surrounded. It's like kind of like in the Atlantic Ocean. Like in that game I play, that's the region that we're at. One time I tried to sail to Louisiana or Florida, it didn't let me. But Ravens Cove allegedly is right where Florida is, so that's like in the direction of Florida. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. I didn't even see. Wow. Looks like their economy is doing pretty good. Its total GDP is 1.3 billion and 2.3 billion. It looks like they're doing pretty good. And that's in 2023, but it looks like they're doing pretty good. All right. So there you go. What was it preceded by? It is 96.6% Christianity and various different Christian groups. Isn't Grenada that island that I'm thinking of? Okay. Monarch is Charles III. Okay. All right. Let's see. Oh, okay. Reagan took them out. Okay. Y'all probably wondering what's going on. There is some sort of communist uprising in Grenada, and Reagan destroyed communism in Grenada and besieged the communist regime in Nicaragua. A year after Reagan left office, Nicaragua ousted Daniel Ortega in a democratic election, making it possible for American pressure. Grenada Operation was the first successful military rollback communism during the Cold War. And I think it's good to remember things like this because a lot of times the Vietnam War is the thing that's talked about everywhere, but we did make a lot of success about getting rid of communism from certain countries all around the place. So at the Vietnam War is emphasized a lot, but we had many more victories, and also the USSR collapsed completely, and all the communist countries pretty much are they're like they're capitalistic and socialistic. They're like both. So yeah, but anyway, so I did not know this, but they were trying to do that everywhere. These uprisings. Well, interesting. Well, shout out to him for that one. Yeah, I was right. Okay, Grenada is that island that I was thinking of. All right, Grenada. Yeah, okay. Grenada is a Twilight Zone situation because Grenada kept the monarch and was communist at the same time, or it was. If I might be thinking of the wrong island because their communism was taken out, but maybe the short time period that they were there, they took it out. So I'm speaking. I may be misspeaking here, but there is an island somewhere where it was communist and monarchy at the same time, and it was like people make memes out of it. I think this is the island, but I don't really think because it got taken out from there. Grenada is governed by a constitutional monarchy, with British monarch represented by a governor general, a nominal head of state. Executive authority is vested in a prime minister, who is head of the majority party in the elected House of Representatives. The lower house of chamber is legislature. How long was Grenada communist? The NGM took control of Grenada with a bloodless coup in 1979 and ruled by a decree of the People's Revolutionary Government until 1983. Okay, so it's communist for a little while. October of that year, Bishop and 7 of his associates were deleted by parliamentaries affiliated with the hard-line elements of his own party. All right, Latina. Uh, I see you sent me. All right, thank you. Grenada communists. I was right, and I saw it right in my face, everybody. I was right. Grenada was the country people make memes about because communist Grenada kept the queen. Yeah, I remember this country was so much memes were made out of it, and they were a communist country, but they kept the queen as the monarch. So it was a hybrid between both ideologies. Isn't that something else? Isn't that wild? Wow. This is hilarious. Oh my goodness. It says Tsar Nicholas II. I was deposed of. I was deposed. My entire family was massacred during my country's communist revolution. And this other individual, which I do not know who he is, I was deposed of. Only I was murdered during my country's communist revolution. And this other guy says, you guys were murdered after being deposed during a communist revolution. So you have a guy asking, you guys were murdered after being deposed during a communist revolution. And Tsar Nicholas said he was murdered. The other guy said he was murdered. And Queen Elizabeth says, you guys were deposed of after a communist revolution. Yeah, so those two must have survived. And like the queen was able to, they kept her monarchy there, but the czar and the other guy were deleted. They have so many memes about that. Okay, it's Grenada. Okay, that's what it was. Oh, this is the meme I'm talking about. This is the meme I'm talking about. Grenada. Marxist-Leninist one-party socialist state under a constitutional monarchy, Queen Elizabeth II. The left and the right are like, ha 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 ha. I remember, this is the meme I'm talking about. It was hilarious. I found this out back in like 2020. Alrighty, let's see. It's like Blue's Clues. Let's see who it's from. It's from Latina. Alrighty, let's do this. Thank you, Latina, for this. I'll read it right now. Let's put this up on the screen. Alrighty. I don't know. Hilarious. Hilarious. Man accused of murdering Madrea, Walgreens employee, rolled eyes at judge during court appearance. Alright. We're going to X this out. Ooh, that's not good. Okay, it's going to handle it. No. It's going to come back. It's coming back. It's just taking some time to load it. Okay, here we go. Narciso Fernandez, the man who is accused of deleting a Walgreens employee, holding a grudge against pharmacies, made his first appearance. I got an idea here. I'm gonna fix this problem. Okay, let's go here, and it should lighten up, and I'll read it from my phone. Their website has a lot of ads in it, and it's causing the stream to go sour. So I'm gonna have to read it through the phone. All right, so because the thing's being goofy. Okay, because it's a lot of ads in there, and it's causing the stream to go low. So I'm gonna read it through the phone. Okay. Come on, Timu. Man accused of murdering Madria Walgreens employee rolled eyes at judge during court appearance. Madria of Cali, Narciso Gallardo Fernandez, the man who accused of deleting a Walgreens employee, holding a grudge against against pharmacies, made his first appearance in court Wednesday afternoon. He's wearing some cliche prison black and white stripes. He pleaded not guilty to all charges, and his bail was set at $3 million. His next hearing was set on Friday, April 14. During the hearing, Action News saw Fernandez rolling his eyes, nodding, and looking around the room as the judge spoke. Madria police Fernandez shot and delete Walgreens employee Eric Velasquez at the store off Cleveland and Schooner late Monday night. They also say he attempted to shoot another employee. Investigators confirmed Fernandez drove from Pixley and told Action News that he admitted to having a general disdain or grudge against pharmacies. Fernandez is seen firing a shot at a Walgreens surveillance camera moments after the police said he deleted Velasquez. They say the suspect did not know the victim. Valasquez's neighbors tell the Action News that man was father of two young children. The community is coming together to support his family, and coworkers have started a GoFundMe. Walgreens sent Action News a statement saying, quote, "We are deeply saddened by Monday's tragic event, which resulted in the deletion of one of our team members. Our thoughts are and prayers are with their loved ones during this difficult time." Well, Latina, that is very sick that the person did that. Person, he is a Timu of shooter. That's what he is. He's a Timu shooter, and he needs to get what he deserves because it's not really nice that he did something like that. It is horrid. It is despicable. There was some interesting graph I didn't, see. Okay, let's see. Countries are. Nope. All right, here's the graph. Semi presidential republic. And then, all right, semi presidential republic, parliamentary republic, and executive presidency elected by the development of parliamentary constitutional monarchies does not personally exercise power. Constitutional monarchies in which the monarch personally exercises power. Absolute monarchies, republics whose constitutions grant only one party rights. Republics whose constitutional provisions for governments have been suspended. No government. Parliamentary constitutional monarchies in which monarch does not personally exercise power. All right. Well, it looks like Saudi Arabia and Morocco are the ones that are absolute monarchies. Russia used to be an absolute monarchy, but it didn't work out. Summer plug. So that's quite interesting. Well, look what the pirate is doing. Scared. He is. I put him to sleep. All right, so here he is. He's back up and running. There's a chicken right there. Scared. All right. Let's see. Store. They have some pew pews. That's pretty cool. This is the gun shop, or I should say the pew pew shop. This is like a miniature volcano. This is the old ship that I had. Still here. It's a much smaller version of one of the ships that I have now. We used to play this one all the time, but it needs to be upgraded. Queen Anne's Revenge has been spotted. Scared. Alright. Plowing through. I'm gonna go try to get one of these things over here. This island. Let's see what's going on here. They got some zombies here. Let's see, is it going to get fired up? It's actually doing pretty good. Probably have to fight some other enemies first. Whoa, what's going on? Ah, he got me. Going back to that island. Scared. Everything is going down. New updates, the markets are going down today in the United States. Yay. Scared. Alright, back to this island. Be a ship out there. I see this ship and he's just like about to be sunk, so we need to help him out. Let's see. Uh-oh. way. There we go. Down to the dips you go, mate. Alright, let's see. Using this staff to go here. This would be a good opponent. And there's this cave also. This is a jungle. That's pretty cool right there. Well, not the thing attacking me, but the other. These above ground graves are pretty cool. Okay. I always like going through these caves, and it's like a zombie apocalypse, but in another time period. Okay, I never noticed this before. Okay, I never know. That must be something new because I never knew you could like look up there. Yeah, I did not know there was all this scenery. That's really cool. All right, we're taking him out. The sword turns into fire. All right, this is the other side of it, and this must be a back end to this island. Okay. I'll take these two ships out over here. I'm acting like a pirate ninja the way I so smoothly sink all these ships. All right, they're gonna be next out there. This is a sandwich maneuver. Spray both. Now going that way. Okay, I missed a couple of shots that time. I missed two times I missed. Some good hits. Other one's so small it's kind of hard to hit it. All right, that's toast. Now go to the port of Port Royal. I said before, this is a castle type fortress right here. And then over here, this is where a prison is, I think. We can't really go into it, though. Yeah, this is like a garden type area, which I've not really been around here much. Now this area, yes, this part. Remember back when you're starting the game, this part could be very, very difficult. But since I've leveled up, it's not really difficult anymore. But it used to be very difficult. Oh, they got me stunned. Oh. Plundered an April Fool's pouch. Alright. Well, that's the moon. The moonlight. Alrighty. Now that's very authentic how the sky looks kind of like that orangey color. That's accurate. I'm glad they've added clouds to the game. That's pretty cool. Oh, that's a lovely moon. Definitely. Alright, then it clears up and there's still the moon. Because Port Royal is not the pirate port, but it's a port that we all kind of go to sometimes. A lot of times, this place is for quests. Now, this is something that I'm seeing is the clouds are moving. Just it's see they got the sky right. There's even some color inside the cloud. They got the sky like completely accurate. See how the game's still good, but I just see how they do it the rest of the game as time goes on. This looks kind of like a Disney movie, like this part of it. The whole thing looks like a Disney movie technically, but yeah, this looks like a Disney movie definitely. Like some scene from the cartoons and stuff, definitely. Let's go to this tavern. There are some people here. Yeah, it's these gambling games are pretty cool. Okay, I'm gonna continue forward over here. Yeah, so this will be the island that I will settle it on. All right. So this will be something I'll do is look at the fish though. Ah, look at the fish. Scared. Oh, they got a lot of those fish. Oh, this fish is not cooperating. Not cooperating. I caught a yellow tang. Yay. The Timu fish are not responding. Scared. Alright, that one is going to be disagreeable. I've caught this fish before. We'll just do that. Okay, bring that one. Alright, it's nice seeing the little fish underwater here. Alright, shouts to the fish. It's always nice to do. This is nice right under the dock. Interesting. Alright, I got it. They're Bermuda chub. Bermuda chub. All right, we got that done. Okay. Now I'll remain on this island. All right. All right. And that will be it for tonight, or technically this morning. And I'm thankful for all of you watching this and liking it and being involved with this. I hope everybody has a great Friday, great weekend. We'll be doing the live in the evening, and everybody take care. And let's see. Oh, there you go. You came through. I'll stop for a second. Hello, you. Yeah. Yeah, see you at Cab. Yeah, see you at Cab later. I want to say thank you for stopping by, you, and I'll see you later at the trial. And I'm glad that you stopped by for a moment and chatted with me. Okay. Yeah, see you later. Okay. And peace.